I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandy.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello. Oops, I just browser has blocked my screen. I'm having all kinds of tech issues this morning. Good morning, good morning. I I cannot get into Discord. So mods, sorry. I'm abandoning you today. Because I cannot get in there again. It does that to me every once in a while, and I don't know why, and it drives me crazy. So I love you and I will miss you, but I cannot get into Discord with you today. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Could this be the day? Could this be the day that we, oops. Oh gosh, yes, please save before closing. Please save before closing. I was working on the, come on. I was working on the podcast episode last night, like really late last night. So it's almost done. Almost done. The podcast episode is taking, the last two have taken me an extra, well, the last one took me an extra couple days. This one is on track to be released exactly a week after the last one, but these are some of the important ones, and I have, it's taking me a little bit, we're getting there. Look, the problem is I'm trying to put together, instead of just this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this person said this, and this person said this. Anybody could do that. Anybody could recap that. What my goal is with the podcast episodes is to take some of the stuff and put it together. So for the last one, you know, I skip around a little bit, like, because for the last one we were talking about the evidence collected, and then I skip forward to go ahead and give the DNA results. For this one, I am putting the information given to us from Proctor and Buchanan together rather than separately, and walking through their investigation so that I can find the conflicting information. And spoiler alert, I have found some, but so I had somebody leave me a bad review because he said some of the information I'm giving is, you know, more than a week after they've testified. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not trying to give you daily recaps. That's what we're watching it together for. My whole point is to give a big picture of it. There are other people doing short daily recaps. That's not what I want. I want to give a full picture. So that's why some of them you're seeing that come out later. But it'll be worth the wait, I promise. Candace Hoff, thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday to our own Marie. No way, Jose. Marie Moss, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, are you going to count for us on your birthday? Or are you like, nope, I'm on strike. It's my birthday. Count for yourself. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. And thank you, Candace Hoff. Charmaine, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Starting this morning off right. No, not the fan. You know you'll miss OnlyFans. I feel like I'm just going to maybe I should just put the OnlyFans in my, you know what we could do? Instead of my little starting soon thing with all of my favorite things like pandas and turtles and all of that stuff and Lucy. Instead of that, I could just put the fan on there. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think we'll all need a break from our OnlyFan. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello. Good morning, OnlyFan. United said that they will start their case in chief today. I know, I'm so excited. I have to go get poked at 2:30. No, at 2. Shoot, I don't even know what time my appointment's for. I think 2 o'clock, which is 3 o'clock court time. Yeah, 2 o'clock. So I have to leave here 15 minutes for that. So if it's going on, I'll be honest, because it's only the lab's only 10 minutes away. I will probably 3, 4. Yeah, because anytime I have to do blood work, I'm always in and out pretty quick. So I'll probably leave it on and then just stay and chat with y'all because I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything. So I'll leave on Lucy Cam and then just leave my camera. I'll let Lucy babysit, and then I'll stay and chat because I don't want to miss anything. And they usually have me in and out pretty quick, so it should be fine. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What a week. Geez, people need to chill. Yeah. I like that you did a recap on Insta. I keep telling y'all I'm going to get better about doing that. And so I did take the time to do it yesterday. And I had so many people say, oh my gosh, thank you. Please do this again. So I am going to try. I've added it to my to-do list for the days, all the days. Megan, welcome back. Welcome back. You look good in green. Joyful gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Starting this Friday off right. Yeah, defense is supposed to start today. And I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. That's why I don't want to miss anything. Don't want to close my eyes. I blew my data yesterday. But the hubs heard the count. He almost wrecked it. The totals. Wait, WTF number did she just say? Oh, shit.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Everything hard.
Jim?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or should they. Thank you very much. Here we have Dr. Scordi-Bello, please.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take my AirPods I wonder if there's any way they could get me adjourned.
You have the court and jury in the case now here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted of Mr. O'Keefe, you had received some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included within that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that something, is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene, or the scene of death, or the place where the decedent is found, is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside. Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information, again, depending on the case.
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
And was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened? Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report, I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, Doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation,
did he call you a whack job?
did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with
not
a
to your
certain
face.
determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
May I approach?
Yes.
No. Trooper Proctor. Yeah, he called her a whack job because she wouldn't put homicide.
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
He clears his throat
Little?
before he starts
No objection. Thank you.
sentences. Thank you for the super chat. I am so excited that state's about to or Commonwealth's about to rest.
45, 649. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Miss Little does
Your
all
Honor,
of
may I have a
the,
moment? I just want to make sure they're in the
Yes.
correct order.
or has done a lot of the medical stuff, the technical stuff. Oh my gosh.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish these for the jury?
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these photographs, okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 2853. Doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer that you have there, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this photograph related to the injuries that you were testifying about yesterday.
Yes, so first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator, adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C-collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2857. Now, doctor, this is not before you at the current time. It's currently marked as Exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if any, role did that play as far as your determination as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2860.
I wish they would stop showing him.
And doctor, returning to the exhibits of the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2865. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could, again, using the ways to point and direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I have photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this photograph.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Same, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, doctor. I'm just going to need to take that. Let me try to get out the lights. Thanks. Now, Doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding, bleeding under the scalp, was that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday about a blunt object injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head, then leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now, that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
She went over all this
Now,
yesterday.
From your training
Like, this is
experience,
asked and answered and answered and
reference
answered and
to
answered and
the number
answered.
of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object, the possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection. Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other, or is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection. Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examination?
Objection. I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
I'm gonna pull up that picture
And again, I
again.
believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the thickness of the skull bone, what if any significance, or what if any?
Thank you, Linda.
What if anything you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection. Overruled.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
No.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
Good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Correct. A very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay. Remember I was on, I jumped on with LTL, and he showed this picture. He's almost the same height. So look at where the car is on him. So this bumper sticking out like this, I mean, look at where that hits. So to say that, when she says that normally this would have leg injuries, and normally the stuff that she sees when it's like pedestrian being hit by a car, there's significant leg injuries. I mean, look at where that would hit.
You are unmuted.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You observed no significant bruising,
Correct.
no fractures,
Correct.
and no broken bones.
Correct.
Bring the
I'd like to talk about the injuries
reconstructionist.
to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2. Yes.
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
Correct.
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
Correct.
no matter how small.
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that
Correct.
right? If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, real quick. This is something that is so important, because everybody's been saying, oh, wait on the medical examiner, wait on the medical examiner. Like, she'll be able to explain these injuries. Okay, she's explaining the injuries, but what she just said is that she cannot tell you if those injuries are consistent with being hit by a car at 24 miles per hour because she's not a reconstruction expert and she's not a biomechanics expert. So she is telling you, the medical examiner herself is telling you that when the reconstruction expert, who is also the biomechanics expert, when they get up and tell you what happened, that her knowledge would, like, that she's rocking with them. That, to me, that's huge. It puts a lot of weight onto whatever the testimony is, whatever we hear from the biomechanics dude, the crash daddies, whatever we hear from them, the medical examiner herself is saying they're the ones that would know this. And I think that's huge.
Show Mr. Lally.
I think she's great. I think, yeah, Dr. Scordi-Bello, I think she's doing a great job. She doesn't answer things that she doesn't know the answers to. She's very clear about the things that she does. And I love that about her. I think she's done an awesome job.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy, after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
They are both allowed to take the stand. They did limit the second one on being able to say about the injuries being...
injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And
sorry, they limited him on what he could say about the injuries being... whether he thinks that there's enough information or it's consistent or inconsistent, because she said that she wants to limit that to medical doctors. I mean, and Buchanan, for whatever reason. But now here we have the medical doctor saying that she would rely on them for that. So I think that's something that they can discuss further, I think is what she said. So I think that this 100% opens the door, but I'm not an attorney, so that's just my lay person perspective. So we'll see what they say.
Could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the two abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had one laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that
Yes.
a little bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes,
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury, as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay.
And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call
Yes.
them pattern abrasions, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear taillight at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Doctor?
I can't. By
Okay.
a smooth, no.
All right, next question.
By a smooth rear taillight, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
I mean, she's hitting a lot of points that she needed to hit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
No.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lilly. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next in order?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh, we skipped right through it. Look at us go.
You are unmuted.
I gotta get some food real quick. I forgot to eat and I'm starving. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first. So we'll mark it for identification, and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred to being an exhibit.
Thank you.
But yes, you can publish. Is it all set to be published appropriately?
Yes, Your Honor.
The triple N for identification. Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of a fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose, yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand.
Correct.
The injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
I mean, she's got her to say that all of those things individually can be consistent with the physical altercation. The injuries to the face being consistent with having been punched. The scratch on the head could come from being dragged. So she's going through each part of the injuries and breaking down for the jury how this can be consistent with the defense's theory as well. She is doing a good job.
You are unmuted.
People underestimate her. She's a good attorney.
shifting gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seem to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
If I can have one more.
Sure.
May I see the exhibits that were just marked, Your Honor?
She's done a good job. And I like that she's calm and respectful. Especially with a witness like this who
Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's
is
been
likable.
previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
Do we have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Bev is nicer to Miss Little than she is to
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as
the others.
People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down? Yeah. Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648.
Number.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
2853. Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
Yes.
What is that?
That is livor.
Lividity?
Lividity, yes.
Can you describe to the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes, it goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Lally?
I mean, she just did a really great job on that cross. Oops.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as the abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from dragging, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts or, as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
No, I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be, yes.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also include breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally. Sustained.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries, yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and the bleeding?
Objection.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them, and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing in the brain and the skull.
Thank you. I know.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much.
I mean, that was a good question, or a good answer. I don't think it's the answer he was looking for.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth rest.
Commonwealth rest!
Your Honor, the defense would move the court for...
So I'm going to stop you right there. A short recess.
If the court needs one.
I don't need one, but I will see you at Sidebar.
Let me do my little screenshot here. I'm posting that. Okay, so this, oh gosh. So this is a big, the jury can't hear the motion. The jury can't hear anything. They don't get to hear any kind of motions. They don't get to hear any kind of exciting anything. They may be sending them out. Okay, so let's chit chat, shall we? I thought I was muted for a second. All right, quick recap of what we've seen so far this morning. Dr. Scordi-Bello comes back for the rest of her direct examination. A lot of the same stuff she already went over yesterday. She also says she did not have all of the information that she needed to certify the manner of death. This is something we already knew. She could do the cause of death, but not the manner of death. She said that when the death is unwitnessed, she will reach out to investigators later on to see if they have any more information. She did that. She spoke to Proctor twice, but she said that she was not able to get enough information for the manner of death. So it was when it was ruled as undetermined. Also, the cross-examination in this case was short but effective for the defense because and she said that the pedestrian car impacts that she usually sees injuries to the legs from the bumper. And of course, we know she didn't see that in this case. Lally tried to bring up the small laceration on the knee, which is like small, like scrape on the knee. That is not consistent with being hit by a car at 24 miles an hour. The cross-examination was short but effective. Miss Little got it done. She brought up the fact that there's no significant injuries from the neck down. The blunt impact on the head could have been from a dumbbell or the ground, or some of the blunt impacts could be from German Shepherd claws. And Dr. Scordi-Bello agreed. She asked if it's consistent with being struck by a car. She said likely and unlikely at the same time. Kind of went into that a little bit. She potentially opened the door for the information to come in from the crash daddies, because she said that the injuries, when she was asked about the injuries to the arm being consistent with being hit by a car at 24 miles an hour, she said, I'm not a reconstruction expert and I'm not a biomechanics expert. So it just so happens we have people that are about to come up who are reconstruction experts and biomechanics experts. So maybe we'll be able to hear that from them. The big points that Miss Little made during the cross-examination, the injuries, she walked through each of the injuries to show how those could also align with the defense's theory. So the injuries to the face could be consistent with being punched in the face. The scratch on the head could come from being dragged. The laceration on the head could come from a barbell or something like that. The arm is not consistent with road rash and not consistent with a smooth right rear tail light. Based on what's provided to her, she does not know what caused the scratches. The hand wounds, she said she could see those as being consistent with defensive wounds. The multiple impacts or the lacerations to the back of the head could also be multiple impacts to the back of the head. And it is possible that he was punched and fell back and hit his head. So Miss Little was short and direct, but extremely effective for the defense's case. She walked through every single one of those injuries and showed how it also works with the defense's theory. So that's reasonable doubt right there. The redirect, I hear them talking, but you can't hear what they're saying. The redirect is kind of a nothing burger to me. I mean, the dragging thing, they said, is it typical to see one laceration? Not typical, but possible. So even that she wouldn't really give him. She was like, okay, it might not be typical, but it is possible. She lifted off some other defensive wounds. And another thing I noticed, I have a huge respect for this doctor. Did you notice that even when she was asked about certain things, and you know where the attorneys are trying to lead her, she did not go where they wanted her to go. Like, she did not just automatically concede or go where they wanted her to go with their answers. Even when he was asking about what other defensive wounds, talking about the hands on the redirect, what other defensive wounds would you expect to see that you didn't? She wouldn't even say, I would expect to see this. She said, things that I have seen, or I have seen these things. Not that you would expect to, because you can't say every kind of defensive wound is going to be, typical of one thing or another. And stuff like this. I mean, if you're if it's like a stabbing death, that's different. Then you expect to see, you have those typical defensive wounds that you expect to see, but fights are not always the same. So I like that she was very specific in her answers so that you can't twist things to work for one narrative or the other. She was very clear about what's possible, what's consistent with what, and not giving into the narrative for one side or the other. I think she did a great job. I've loved this doctor. I think she was awesome. And also, big moment, the opinion on how the injuries were sustained. She said, I don't know how they came to be. I don't know. I described them, and I said that they're consistent with a fall and being hit in the back of the head. But I don't know how they came to be. And I love that. We have seen in trials before where the medical examiner, you know, most of them don't, but we have seen before where medical examiners will give a little too much, like, you know, yeah, I think this happened. And she did not do that at all. She was like, I am not going to give my opinion on that. I am not biomechanics. I am not this. I don't know how the injuries came to be. All I can tell you is the injuries that I'm seeing. I'm very impressed with her. I'm very impressed with her. All right, so let's do a poll, y'all. The state rested. Commonwealth. Start a poll. Do you think they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? We know that the defense does not have to present anything. They don't have to say anything. We know that they're going to in this case, but we know that they don't have to. By the end of the prosecution, they are supposed to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they don't, then it's supposed to be acquittal. The defense does not even have to do anything. Obviously, most defenses do. We know that they're going to. Well, that's all I got, Bev. Quit pushing me. Thank you, Sandy B, for the super chat. Medical examiner just told the truth, and if everyone had done that, we wouldn't be here. I am I'm very impressed by her. I respect someone who can say, I don't know. I do too. I mean, because even if you have opinions, this is somebody's life on the line. So you can go and, like, you know, chat it up in the break room with, you know, the other medical examiners and nurses and whoever, I don't know, janitors, I don't know. You can go chat it up with them about your opinions and things that you think. But to come into a courtroom where somebody's life is on the line and she has the presumption of innocence, and anything that you say that you are not positive about, even if it's just an opinion, but if you don't know, think about how many opinions we have that are wrong. If you don't know, then it's incredibly irresponsible to come in and say, you know, this is my expert opinion. If you, and now that doesn't mean that it has to be 100% certainty on everything. Obviously, experts come in with opinions, and that is specified to the jury. These are opinions. They are not coming to say, this is exactly what happened, I know for a fact. But at the same time, if there are different possibilities for how things happen, I think it says a lot about her for making it a point to say that, to say, I don't know how these injuries came to be. I'm describing them and telling you what they are consistent with, but I don't know how they came to be. And I thought she was very clear. I'm very impressed with her. Very impressed with her. And she's not a whack job, Proctor. Can't they ask for a dismissal? That is more than likely what they are doing right now, because when AJ stood up and he said, I want to move to whatever, and she stopped him, that is more than likely what they're doing. But outside the presence of the jury, she doesn't want anything said in front of the jury. It happens in every single trial. Pretty much the defense at the end of the Commonwealth's case will say they haven't presented enough evidence to have this done, or to have this even go to the jury. So the judge can step in and say, you're right, they have not presented enough evidence for this to even be considered by the jury, and the judge can do a directed verdict, or and I've only seen that happen one time, with the cold case with the sister. My mind is escaping me. That's the only time I think I can remember seeing it happen. It very rarely happens, but it ain't gonna happen here. But both the Emmys were my favorite witnesses. They did great. Oh, okay. I'm able to go at 1:15, which is great because that changes a little bit. So I'll drive there at lunch and then get poked and then come back. So I'll just be late getting back from lunch. And I'll leave Lucy in charge. That way we can finish out the afternoon together. So I'll only miss a little bit of it. Because if they can get me at 1:15, I'll miss a lot less. I have PTSD from What If Any. I'm not sure how long. They didn't say. They kind of, she kind of swooped them over there when he started to talk about the directed verdict. So there's absolutely no evidence as to what happened. Not guilty. My problem is, I have a few of them. What is this? 16, 108. 1. Okay. They did not lay out a clear case. Their timeline is off. There will always be conflicting, like witness statements, especially with something that's been 2 years ago. I get that. But there were so many in this case, and especially so many that were where they're saying, oh no, the police are wrong. Oh no, the witnesses are wrong. Oh no, the reports are wrong. That part, when it's, a few things here and there, fine. When it's this much, it causes a cloud of confusion. The timeline is the biggest issue for me, because trying to make this, okay, look at the step data. y'all. The step data is part of what put Alex Murdaugh away. And now all of a sudden, step data is reliable. Actually, in the podcast episode I did about the step data, I actually did clips of the expert who testified in the Murdaugh trial talking about the reliability of step data, and he said it's not reliable as far as the times go. That part, you know, it can it could give you a 10-minute period and all of the steps could be in that first 2 minutes and then none in the rest, whatever. Like that part is not. The distance is very unreliable, but the number of steps, they said, is generally really reliable. And I pulled up a study for it. So the research and the experts for the previous trials are talking about how reliable this is. And then all of a sudden we get here and we're like, nah, it's not reliable. And again, I know parts of it aren't. Like, I know that the distance is not. I know that the timing is vague. Then you have the Celebrite times. Every trial we've ever watched, we're told how reliable it is. Now all of a sudden we get here and it's not reliable. The timing that Lally gave compared to the timing that the lead investigator gave don't add up. That's that. If the prosecution doesn't even know what the hell happened or when it happened, how is the jury going to believe beyond a doubt that this is what happened? Because it's not like one of those things where, like in the Michelle Troconis trial, where they're saying, we don't know exactly what happened during this period, but we know that we know who's responsible because of this. Even though this part is unclear, we know that she was alive, then here's blood, then she's not alive, and here's all the evidence that we have against them. They laid it out like that. When there were unknowns, they owned those unknowns and still built the case with all of the other evidence. In this one, they didn't do that. They're like, well, she did it at 12:32. She did it at 12:25. She did it at 12:45. She did it at... Excuse me? Excuse me? Virginia member for 11 whole months. Hi, Brainy. It's really been over a year. It's been... Look at them trying to steal your time from us, Virginia. I'm glad you're here. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Grumple Mumskin, thank you for the super chat. I have just canceled dinner for takeout so I can watch this. Bring on the big bad wolf. Oh, it's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy. We can't watch the directed verdict part. Normally we get to, but I feel like Bev is like that mean babysitter that like puts us in timeout, like or makes us go to our rooms like when it's time for like the fun TV shows to come on. Psh, we miss all the good stuff. We miss all the good stuff. I've been sitting here yapping, so I've missed a lot of your comments, and I'm sorry for that. Lally gives me PTSD. Dana, thank you so much. Your level of commitment is above and beyond. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Alyssa, I already had what, if any, PTSD before this trial. Now it's off the charts, right? Like everybody who went through Elaine has been like triggered for the last 2 months. Five Boys Mom, member for 1 whole month. Much harder for Emmy to give in to Commonwealth in front of Karen Reed. Yeah, I agree. Heavy 1 month. Can't wait for Lawyer to break down the cross later. Have y'all noticed? Okay, something that I noticed. I have noticed that I love watching his recast. I didn't get to watch the one from yesterday until this morning. Actually, I didn't watch it. I listened to it while I was walking Lucy. But have you noticed, like, a lot of the things that I say, I hear him say, and I'm like, oh, see, I'm not that far off. Look at me go.
You are unmuted.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, yesterday you told me you would like 10 minutes for your argument. I'll hear you now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury could find the elements
we do
of
get
the
to hear it.
charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question but that with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count.
Okay.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries, and they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
I'll submit.
Your Honor, if I may just, we have a written motion for the
Okay.
court to act on pursuant to that argument. May I hand it to you first? May I copy for the court?
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that,
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
and my apologies for that. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, the one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with the pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Trooper Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed as discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Valier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct from the pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching not only to that, but to the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as the court heard from Ms. Chart from Bodie Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications, as well as the testimony of the children in this case as to the state of their relationship, from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that date. There are arguments that continued throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Flamati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal argument stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially One thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text string. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all 3 indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. All right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
No surprise there. He lost me at surprisingly. He gets those little snark comments in. Shock and horror. How long y'all think the jury is going to be out? Realistically. Some of you are saying half a day, 2 days, 1 hour.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Hours, 6 hours, 2 days, 2 hours. It's all over the place.
Thank you. This court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Yannetti, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Yes! I've been wanting to hear from him. This is a snowplow driver. I've been wanting to hear from him.
Watch your step on him. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Great.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from, sir?
Mr. Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic as you can. Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian,
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert, Brendan Albert, Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert's the sister, but I'm not 100% sure of her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but
Okay.
yes.
Graduated at the same time?
Correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school, then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The water.
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snowplowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for the Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes. It's used for everyday use.
Okay. Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it so we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood. Okay. And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the...
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the south?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Frankentruck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 6:51. Thank you.
And can I have permission to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screen, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury? That's, okay. Do you see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you? Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Moore.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him? Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay, if we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said you can't see it.
Right, no, I know, but the jury can, so I think it would be helpful for them. All right, so you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Can I have Exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Loughran, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck,
I'm sorry?
in front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And when you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
If we have the previous exhibit put back up with the court's permission. Sure. Okay. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which side?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay. So you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest, I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45?
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection, again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3:50?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest?
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time?
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Albert's house,
Where in front of the Albert's house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle the lawn side?
Yes,
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
no,
Lights were still on.
correct.
All right, now once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No.
All right, where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process, take a left on this, Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time.
No,
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you? As you were coming down Fairview toward Cedar Crest?
not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure.
Um,
Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview,
Okay.
and came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the...
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Sidebar.
Not that Paul. Paul that he's talking about is the defense investigator. The investigator for the defense approached him 2 weeks after this happened and wanted to talk to him about the route he took and what he, what, if anything, he saw. And so Yannetti is wanting to show that, here we are with the defense investigator actually looking and trying to figure out what happened, but the state troopers didn't bother talking to him for almost 2 years. So, he says he saw, he passed it about, okay, one of the questions was the timing of everything. Remember, they were saying his time was off. It's not that his time was off, it's that both times.
Just a couple questions, Mr. Loughran.
Sure.
Sounds like both times he went by
At
there.
any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that and look up whenever you're finished, okay?
I was muted.
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the sort of portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route. Yeah. Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
Do you remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asking questions about February 15th, 2022, and you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking
Yes.
about? Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know?
I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
Nope. Told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
Nope. Told him it was a Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between, if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about them?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. A Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now, what color was this SUV that you saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it, or you can't tell at all?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the
correct?
police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news, and so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell him?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Everything in the Fed stuff is off by 2 hours? But he said that times to the defense investigator and the police.
So I'm going to ask you to read, showing you a document, I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just please look at it, okay?
These are the ones he said in May. May would have been the feds.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach this retrieve? Your Honor?
Yes.
I assume.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, is your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
So you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, so you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
He's trying to make
So
that
you
work.
didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
That was the top arm
And as a result of that, what
the dump truck
happened with the
that
basketball
hit the
hoop
rim.
after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
And about what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time frame, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it, and the machine had a different size body than what it originally had, and I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance, is that fair to say?
Yes.
In the report, it says that it's the arm of the truck. You know, the dump trucks have like the arms that come forward. So in the report, it says that it hit like the hoop or the net of the basketball goal. Those arms that poke out on the dump truck or whatever, I guess it says in the report that the arm is what hit that. Which I think is an important distinction to make, only because the whole focus of this is how much he's focusing on what's in front of him. And the thing that he actually hit is above and behind him and not in front of and below him. He hit like the arm of the truck grabbed like the net of the basketball goal. So he called it in to let them know. The whole thing about the Ford Edge, Lally was trying to say like, oh, they went and pointed to a Ford Edge and said, is this what you saw? That's not what the report says. The report says that he specifically said that he saw I think it said like Ford Edge or a small, a Ford Edge or something similar, a small SUV similar or something like that. But he specifically said, according to the report, specifically said Ford Edge. And then they wanted to make sure that, you know, that they knew exactly what he was talking about. So they took him out to the parking lot and told him to point to something, like what he saw. And he pointed to a Ford Edge. Whose report was that in? That was in the taped interview. It's in the transcripts from the trooper's report about him hitting the basketball net with the arm of his truck. That was the very first interview that was ever recorded in this case. 21 months into it. And I said it in the podcast, and I'll say it again. I wholeheartedly believe the only reason they interviewed that one is because they are building the case against Turtle Boy. Because more than half of the pages of that transcript are them asking him about Turtle Boy.
You are unmuted.
Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. Yannetti?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday. When, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes,
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down, or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
no,
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
correct.
Yes. The episode will be out by tomorrow. Sometime. Paul is the investigator for the defense.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
You're sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes,
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop, is that right?
if you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
All right, anything, Mr.
Just very
Yannetti?
briefly, there's just one question I want to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see one?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No,
you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
no,
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 4:15, about 5:30.
You were on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so, from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. Was
About 3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
It was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down, And when I,
What I'm asking is, you had testified that you may or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
correct,
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So, sir, what I'm saying is you testified, your timeline, that you
Yep.
came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
Said 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30, then 3 hours later is 6:30,
It was
correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, sir, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave earlier?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Lochran, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, Lucky. Good job. So,
Dr. Marie Russell to join us.
Okay.
oh, Dr. Russell. So Lally's trying to trip him up on the whole timing thing, but Lucky's trying to explain to him, he's not necessarily saying he was on Fairview at exactly 5 o'clock. He's explaining to him that's on his route. He's saying that he's having to watch Fairview. Remember when we looked on the Google Maps and to try to get an idea of what he's seeing from Cedar Crest? Because Fairview, the house is only a couple streets down. I mean, like as you're passing on Cedar Crest, you can see Fairview. So he's saying, as I'm doing these other roads, I'm on the route, I'm having to watch, because if that one starts getting a lot of snow on it, then I have to do another run down it. So he's trying to trip him up on the timeline, but I think Lucky was being pretty clear about what he was saying. So Dr. Marie Russell's coming up. She is allowed to talk about the injuries being consistent with an animal attack. Remember, she worked in the ER. She's has a lot of experience with animal attacks and dog bites and stuff like that. So she's allowed to say it's consistent with that. She's not allowed to say that it's inconsistent with being hit by a car, which is crazy because you'd think that she would also have that knowledge too. But, what do I know?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency, residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer. And so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full-time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes.
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
Did. Doctor.
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
Yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
Right. And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become, at some point, a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others?
Correct.
Meaning other doctors?
Other doctors, yes.
Teaching other doctors?
Yes.
And teaching medical students?
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examined the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
All right. Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so. And I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training, that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Well, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriffs, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct?
Yes.
And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive.
All right.
I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously, the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed. Let's see. I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
Her resume is super impressive. Super impressive. Lally will try to portray her as a clout chaser. She's hoping this case will launch her career. Oh, wait. She already has a very stellar career. Chat got quiet. We're all like, and then you did what? And you did this at night? And you did this during the day? And you had like 10 impressive careers all at once? But did the crime scene tell you anything? That's the question. That's the question. She is an angel sent from above. I'm going to get another degree. I've been thinking about it. See, she's inspired you. She can get like, if she can do everything she's doing, it's making me feel kind of lazy. And I work like 16 to 18 hours a day. And she makes me feel lazy. It's impressive. Feeling very taste the biscuit today. Feeling super taste the biscuit. Taste the biscuit. Y'all are wrong for that. Because every time I get that song out of my head, then y'all bring it up again. And then it's right back in there. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. She worked with inmates. Imagine the bloodbaths she witnessed, and a level 1 trauma ER doctor, coroner, law enforcement officer, etc. She's kind of a badass. I kind of have a girl crush. Kind of have a girl crush. Taste the biscuit. You guys, y'all are so silly. Brandy, you would make a good legal aid. I think I would too. I don't want to do it. I like doing this, but this woman has seen some things. We're just on a break. It's too early for them to go to lunch. They don't go to lunch until 12. Well, 12 my time, 1 their time. Please explain the biscuit phenomenon. It's the Glarer's fault. Because somehow there was some really awkward but also incredible and amazing flirting going on between him and the Aunt Bev troll account on Twitter, that Aunt Bev's long sigh. And it's so funny. And she was calling him like her sexy Southern biscuit or something really cringy. And then all of a sudden, then was it the Madam Court Reporter's troll account was, I say troll account just because they're like parody accounts. They're not actually troll accounts. I mean, I don't know if they are. I don't pay attention to anything except for their funny stuff. But it then all of a sudden was like this lady singing "Taste the Biscuit," and behind her it's like a green screen thing or whatever. So that behind her it's Auntie Bev's Seaside Cottage or something, and she's singing "Taste the Biscuit," and it just has taken on a life of its own. It's become my new favorite song. And it's so incredibly ridiculous, but also like really amazing in every way possible. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, she said she did. Oh, did she say she'd look at it and miss it? I missed that. I think I was reading something or typing something or taking notes. I don't know. I missed that. Yeah, last time she did not look at the bite records. I got something in my eyeball. So maybe she's looked at them since the voir dire, and they're going to tell her that she can't reference those since she didn't talk about them, or she didn't look at them to give her opinion on them during voir dire. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Can we hear "Taste the Biscuit" during lunch? Yes. I can't play the whole thing on here though because it's copyrighted. You would make an amazing attorney, seriously. You know, it's funny. My grandmother asked me when we were in Nashville, my grandmother was like, "Have you thought about going to law school?" I was like, "Nanny, I'm tired. Tired. I don't want any more student debt or student loans." Which is the one you call the Glarer? His channel name is the Glarer, and his YouTube. I do have an appointment during lunch, but I it's technically like right at the end of lunch. So I'll just be late coming back from lunch, honestly. So I won't be able to cover the fan because then I won't be able to move the fan or move whatever's covering the fan, I should say. But I'll leave Lucy Cam up. She's not here right now. She's been in the window a lot lately. So I think because I'm working so much and she's not getting as many long walks. Poor thing. When trial's over, she'll go back to her regular schedule. But she's been in the window a lot lately. But I'll leave the Lucy Cam on so that as she comes and goes, you can see her. But they're going to get me in at 1:15. I mean, normally I'm in and out, so 1:30, 1:45. I'll be back by 1:40, so 2:45. So I'll at least be able to do like the last hour with y'all that way. But I'll stay in chat because I can stay in chat and listen with my AirPods while they're doing that. I just won't be on camera for however long it takes for them to get me in and out. Chase a biscuit. Oh, yeah, that was it. She said she thought that he was so hot when he came to court, like butter on a biscuit. Ah. So funny. So funny. So funny. Linda, I just arrived. Did I miss anything good? Yes! Yes! So many things. My mom says the same to me because I'm so argumentative. That's exactly why my mom always told me I should be a lawyer, because I'm argumentative. But also, she's like, you hate being, like, proven wrong. So she said that she had faith in me to be a good attorney because she knows that I would double and triple check things because I wouldn't want to be wrong. What is the next trial? Do you know or care? It depends. I actually, y'all crack me up. I actually have, I don't know, I'm working something out. I might be doing an interview with, I'm not going to say who yet because I want to get it worked out. But she has a conference on, a plea conference on Monday and may be taking a plea deal. I think that part I can, let me text real quick. It's, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I will be doing either Donna Adelson or my friend, my college roommate's friend who buried her missing husband under the fire pit. Both of those are in Florida, so I will more than likely go to. The thing about the Donna Adelson is there are other people who will be covering that one. So it would be, because I did Charlie. We know a lot of the stuff that's going to come out. We know a lot of the stuff that we're going to hear is going to be new. But, so I haven't made up my mind yet. It depends on scheduling. But the one that has, the one with my friend's friend would be interesting because nobody else would be, nobody else going to be covering it. No, Donna's not taking a plea. The plea deal thing is not for Donna. We don't even know if Sarah Boone's ever going to make it to trial. And if she does, I might have to go to that one. What's the fire pit case? The fire pit case is my college roommate, her friend, killed her husband and buried him under the fire pit, allegedly. She also has said that it was her 7-year-old daughter. It's crazy.
Good after this, I'll report back in session. Please be seated.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well, from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm? Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display Exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Oh, really?
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There, on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So sustain. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I could ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes, and in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, an animal inflicts injuries. The type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of...
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Showing those marks, she's saying, are puncture marks, which is interesting because one of the things that we've heard from all over is that these are not dog bites because of there not being lower teeth or puncture wounds. And we've heard different people saying that you don't always have the lower marks, like the way that, and I know we've all seen like the demonstrations, like the way that like when they go to bite, you know, as they're pulling away or whatever, like it doesn't always puncture the bottom. But the top is what gets the majority of it if they don't grip on or whatever. I'm assuming that's what she's about to start talking about when they were talking about the grip. But
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
Okay.
does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries, or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
So what do y'all think? Do you think that this is a possibility? Do you think that it is enough for reasonable doubt?
You are unmuted.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes.
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him, was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
And you were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, You included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some...
I'm asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes.
You did at the time. What time was this?
In May,
May of 2024?
yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year, I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes.
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months. You
No.
remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, Doctor?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
But in any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
I don't remember her saying that.
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustained to that form.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at...
Objection.
Sustained.
It's not supposed to be testifying at that. Oh, I can't wait. People are going to clip what she actually said and then what he's saying she said.
Yes.
You know, the aggression from attorneys only works on certain witnesses. This ain't the one. This ain't the one to get your sassy pants on, Lally. Like, she has forgotten more information than I will have ever known in my whole entire life. And she has crazy amounts of experience, and badgering her is not going to go over well with the jury, in my opinion. There are certain ones that you reserve that for, and she ain't one of them. Savannah, if you hear what I actually just said, what I said was there are certain witnesses that you reserve that for. And this ain't one of them. That is not me saying Jackson's allowed to do this as much as he possibly wants and Lally can't. What I said was there are certain witnesses you reserve that for. And actually, I even pointed out yesterday that Yannetti needed to calm down with the aggression. And also, I could give two shits who thinks I'm objective or not. If we're being honest. I have opinions, and I give them. In between everywhere that we're streaming right now, there are 4,000 people in here watching to hear my opinions. So if they don't seem objective, that's okay. What they are is honest.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Tosh, for the super chat.
Yes.
And Marie Moss with the birthday. I think that somewhere along the way we've forgotten that you can have opinions.
Testify that you.
I want to say this because I am so, and I'm not saying this just to pick on you, Savannah. I'm sure you're lovely, and that is one comment that's out of context, and so I'm not saying this to pick on you. I'm saying in general. I think that somewhere along the way we forgot that you can have opinions. All of us can have opinions about things that are happening and still be objective. You can say that you think that this means this or that means that or this is silly or that is important or whatever. You can have opinions on different things and still be objective. Objective does not mean that you aren't allowed to have opinions one way or the other on any piece of evidence or on the case as a whole. And I think somewhere along the way, it seems on social media, not necessarily in here as much, but on social media especially, it seems like somewhere along the way, it's like if you have developed opinions based on the things that you've seen, you are all of a sudden like attacked for not being objective. And I think that there's a common misconception that being objective means you're not allowed to voice opinions one way or the other. We are in month 742 of this trial. So at this point, I feel like we all have opinions. And I feel like it's important for us to still look at all of the information very objectively, still look at all of the witnesses very objectively. But I think we can all agree that by this point, we can definitely have opinions on the stuff that we're seeing too.
You have some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
An NAS report?
Not
with
with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with...
So I'm going to see you both at Sidebar again.
Sidebar again.
Person or animal.
Is not...
We got caught up. I guess their sidebar wasn't very long. Sidebar again.
So, ma'am, you're not familiar with that report, specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
the National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology?
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the
Equally unfamiliar.
representation that that is not from the NAS report, that that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning of the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report, are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it also talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
What specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer, one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article
That
had to
throat
do
clear
with
thing.
sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study. Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no? Did
Yes.
you skew the population in the study?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Skew the population.
Did we skew the? Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking
Only-
if it's normal, ma'am. That's all
Okay,
I'm asking.
so, Mr. Hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the question.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your observations, you looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No.
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
Nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing
scratch.
on his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where
Thank you, Virginia.
physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, over the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC days?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
So you saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
We don't know that.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought
know
that they
that.
came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory,
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
to the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
But that wouldn't affect her opinion on looking at the injuries. So
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior?
Interior? That's correct.
And nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm?
That is correct.
And nothing on his legs?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso?
Correct.
Nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small, round, punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but, okay.
That's all, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
So, is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack?
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking you is...
All right, so, Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
Go ahead, Mike.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin. And from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So is your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before? You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Were you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No.
But you did anyway?
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Please report.
Go ahead.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jurors, please.
I believe the report says that that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. The NAS said, not the bite mark. Doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attendant to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact in did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes,
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes,
Can you finish that answer for us?
yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So, in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Donna, can we approach?
I think we're still behind a couple seconds where we paused. Oh, I need a nap. They limited her to say that she thinks that, like, she can say that things are consistent with the animal stuff, but
No more questions.
You are unmuted.
Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
No, yeah.
Okay. All right, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
all right, so what are y'all thinking after that one? Do you feel like that she convinced you that they are, or that she didn't convince you of anything, or that she convinced you that it's a possibility?
All right, jurors, we will take our luncheon break.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Most people are yes, I still have my appointment at 1:50. I've got like an hour.
You may be seated.
I just want to know who you have this afternoon.
Just Richard Green, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Did you say just Mr. Green? Is that what he said?
Who you have this afternoon.
Just Richard Green, Your Honor.
All right.
Richard Green. Okay. Sinbad says, I'm convinced. Ashley says, definitely a possibility. Melissa says she's pretty convincing. Dog bites for sure. Jaylee says, Chloe bit, you must have quit. Let me unpin that. Added to reasonable doubt. The fact that I'm even thinking dog bite means not guilty for Karen Reed. I mean, seeing another logical possibility is, or I should use the word reasonable, seeing another reasonable possibility is that's the whole thing about reasonable doubt. If you can see another reasonable way that things happened. Okay, now that this state's rested, let's talk for a few minutes before I have to go to my appointment. I'm so exhausted. I am emotionally, mentally, physically. I'm every kind of exhausted that you can possibly be. Hearing the state rest was like music to my ears. I am so ready for this trial to be over. I'm so ready. I'm so ready for it to be over. I can't take much more. Chrissy Bacon said, so be nice, everyone. Yeah, and I want to be clear. I didn't see chat until it was already, because I was taking notes, until it was too late, and I missed a lot of it still. I want to be clear. I'm not saying the whole thing about objective, that's not to that one specific comment. Like I said, that's out of text comment. My whole thing is, I feel like at this point, even before this point, let's be honest, since like literally from the beginning, I get like, if you just had any idea what it's like to have to like just all day, every day, it gets exhausting. So this is not about the one specific comment. This is about just in general. I think that I have opinions and I say them and we discuss them. And some of my opinions disagree or are different from y'all's. Some of y'all's are different from mine. But Gina said, experts are allowed to state opinions. That's what they're there for, yeah. The experts are allowed to state their opinions. And I am no expert. I am just an opinionated weirdo on the internet. But I think that there are a lot of things that we have that we have seen in this trial, there are things that drive me nuts about both sides, but especially Lally. Do you wonder what this would be like if there had been a different prosecutor? Think about a prosecutor that you really liked. And think about how this case may have been different if we had watched an attorney or prosecutor that we liked their style and liked the way they presented things and liked the way they argued facts. Think about how different this trial might have been if we had somebody like that arguing it. Do you think that it would have, I mean, I know it's hard to say, but do you think that it could have changed your opinion on some of the stuff? One that you trusted? Silver Swag, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all your hard work on this case. Thanks. Thank you. I'm ready for it to be over. I'm so ready for it to be over. So ready. Natalie, oh, thank you for the super chat. We love you, weirdo. If your decision is based on your emotional response to the attorney, then you're doing it wrong. Follow the facts. But see, the facts are what I think that's why I'm curious about how I would see this if it were from a prosecutor that I trusted. Because at this point, I am so frustrated with the reverse Sally Port video. And I'm so frustrated with hearing... Remember that pretrial hearing where he said, where Lally said something about, oh yeah, you know, there's this video that we have, like we have her on video saying that she saw Colin and Brian Albert smash John O'Keefe's head into the taillight. And then that was before lunch. So then like all day long, and then they were like, okay, we'll watch it at, you know, after the break. So then all day long, like everybody's going crazy, like, oh my gosh, this is breaking news. Like we didn't know that she said that. It wasn't what she said at all. What she said goes exactly with what the defense's theory has been all along. So that felt really misleading. And then the Sally Port video is like one of the biggest things. But there's been a few things like that. And it's like at this point, and he did it with Lucky too, where he's like telling Lucky, you know, that, you know, you didn't say Ford Edge. And Lucky's like, yes, I did. And it even says in the report that he specifically said a Ford Edge or something similar. And so it feels like trickery. And it makes me not trust him. And it makes me wonder how I may have been able to give different weight to different facts if it had been a prosecutor that I trusted, you know? Jaylee said shoddy investigations, so probably not. The investigation is really hard to get over. That's like the first big hurdle, because it was the first thing that happened right from the beginning. I think there are a lot of careers depending on the turnout of this case. There might be. I was out after the Sally Port video. It's the Lally Port video. It's like a Sally Port, but just inverted. Better yet, would you want Lally defending you? Heck no. Heck no. Nope. From one weirdo to another. Thank you, Holly Mac. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My mods have kept me going as I've gone through this complete emotional and psychological breakdown the last week or so. I'm ready for this to be over. Amy Lee, thank you for the super chat. Can someone please tell me they too hear voices? Yeah, it mutes the audio, but it doesn't mute it all the way. So you can kind of hear them like talking and like that weird static thing in the back. It's weird. I'm having a biscuit when the verdict is in. Nikki, thank you for the super chat. I don't believe Creighton Waters or Michael Allen from Gannon's case would have allowed this to go to trial. I feel like during that... Oh, hi, big girl. Hi. I need you right now. I need you right now. You say hi to your friends. Oh, say hello. Say hello to your friend. Look at her leg going. This is the spot right here. That's her spot. Oh my goodness. Say hi to your little friends. They love you. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I feel like Jackson had some really good points when he was doing the directed verdict. I knew they weren't going to, like, she wasn't going to rule for a directed verdict, but I feel like he had a couple good points in saying that the evidence points, instead of pointing like all kind of, however he worded it, he's a lot more able to form sentences at this point than I am. But however he worded it, where he was saying that, you know, the evidence doesn't just show this, you know, doesn't just lead to this one place. I think that they've done a great job at showing different ways that the evidence could potentially point to something else. And his whole point about how they haven't proved that the car hit John O'Keefe or that John O'Keefe was hit by the car, that to me was something that I was waiting on, with lining up what the medical examiner said and the crash reconstructionist said, and that didn't happen for me. They were not able to make that make sense to me. And that was one of the hurdles that I said, you know, I was going to have to work to get over. At this point, the whole third party thing, I'm not even concerned about. I'm looking at I'm not looking at did anybody prove or disprove a conspiracy or a third party. I'm looking at did they prove her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and I don't see it. The things that I needed answered, the questions that I had were not answered in a way that closes up that gap for me. Do I think it's possible that she hit him? Yes. Do I think it's possible that she didn't? Yes. So for me, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. So it ain't happening for me. Love you too. Get a moose. Brandy thinks she's the host when really it's Lucy Girl. It really is. She's like, this is her world. She's my canine unit. I love her. And it's very telling that in our poll, I think 95% said that, or was it more? I don't remember. I think it was 95% said that they didn't feel like the state proved their case. So he says, "Where's all the blood that he lost? I need to know." I don't know. I have no idea. I still have so many questions. Yeah, she has her canine shirt. I posted a picture of it somewhere. She looks so cute in her little canine shirt. She's got a little lifeguard shirt too that Mermaid Mary sent her. So cute. So cute. The whoever asked, I can't remember it. The podcast episode will be out tomorrow. I've been trying. It's very time consuming. So to do that on top of streaming all day, and there's so much information, it's just it's a lot. So I'm trying. I'm close to being done with this one. It'll be done sometime tomorrow. I have friends in town that have been here all week that I haven't even had time to see yet. Yeah, I'm about to go. I'm going to, here, I'll give you Lucy Cam. I don't know if she'll stay there or not. I'm going to have to leave it, leave the OnlyFan on. I know it bugs y'all, and normally I cover it with BCam, but I won't be back in time from my appointment to uncover it. Here we go. There she is. There she is. I've never heard of a witness not being allowed to give their conclusion. There's other things that happen in this one that we haven't seen before. I just saw on Twitter people saying they're outraged the defense called Lucky to testify. Why? Why is that out? Why? If he drove by there and he says he... Are the new homeowners on the list to testify? Not to my knowledge. I have not seen that. Yeah, I can give y'all beach cam too. I can do that for you. I can do that for you. It is a beautiful, beautiful day outside. Here, I'll give you big beach cam until it's time for me to go anyway. And then I got to uncover it. I got a couple more minutes. Is 34 Fairview occupied? Yes, there are new homeowners that live there now. Sandy B, thank you for the super chat. Lally's case only proved Jen is a liar. It's crazy how much they contradicted like different witnesses, and even like experts and investigators contradicted themselves in that case. Like he provided his own reasonable doubt, which was interesting. I think the biggest win for the prosecution is the GPS points that he showed yesterday. I think that's the biggest win for the prosecution. Thank you for super chat. Get in the car. Drop kick your ex and don't look at one bad comment. My ex? Oh gosh. Tiki. Yeah, I'm going to make it smaller when I leave. I've just got it up for a few minutes because it's such a pretty day. Such a pretty day. But Wi-Fi was a big win for the Wi-Fi was a huge win for the defense. That was I was like, wait, what? That was interesting. And also, if you look at the exhibit, something else that was really interesting, if you look at the exhibit, if you look at the full text between Karen and John, it paints a very different picture than the ones that they picked to read out loud, which the jury will get the full exhibit, but it paints a very different picture than what we heard, which I thought was really interesting. It's not as cut and dry as I think some people would expect it to be. So, I don't know. She got back to his house and connected to Wi-Fi. She connected the Wi-Fi at 12:36, which means that she couldn't have hit him at 12:45. Sure, Crime Ranch said, I was reading those last night. It's not as bad as they tried to make it. Yeah, it wasn't. To me either. It's possible she hit him. There is a slight possibility, but the Commonwealth theory of how doesn't make sense at all. I think that's the biggest problem, is that if they had made us understand how that worked, I don't know that it could have gotten everybody past reasonable doubt, but I think it could have crossed that line for some. And because they weren't able to do that, I think that I cannot see how there would be a conviction in this, but I could be wrong. You know, juries are unpredictable, so I could be wrong. Kelly P, I feel you are burning out on this whole case. I am. I 100% am. 100%. I'm not getting enough sleep. I'm in a full downward spiral. Working 18 hours a day, not getting enough sleep, can't keep up. Total downward spiral. Total downward spiral. He just slipped and fell backwards. That's one of the things too. You know, if he had fallen on the steps, let's say if the arm is dog marks and Chloe got out from the back and jumped on him or something and knocked him back, and that's how he hit his head. And, you know, like, to me, injuries line up with something like that more than they do with getting hit by a car. The injuries lining up still just don't make sense to me. I thought that they were going to be able to show us some way that those injuries lined up with something underneath the car. But that ain't it. So and I don't know how they didn't see him. That's another thing that has always confused me. And I'm not saying it's not possible, but when you see some of those videos of how it looks when they're pulling out of the driveway, it's so hard for me to understand how people didn't see them. I don't know. Do you think it will be better or worse? Let me not ask it that way. We'll go for both sides. What do you think is going to happen in the community, in the world, if she is found guilty? And what do you think is going to happen if she is acquitted? If no one can place John O'Keefe in the home and can't place him out of the home yet, witnesses have placed Karen Reed's car outside the residence, then how could she have hit him without anyone seeing? I don't understand that either. We're not sure who the Ford Edge belongs to. Multiple people own Ford Edges, even in the family. It could have been somebody that nobody knows. It just happened to be parked there. But my thing has always been, even if the Ford Edge is nothing, like nobody parked there in a Ford Edge doing anything suspicious, even if it's not that, if there's a Ford Edge parked right there, how would they not see, like literally right there? how would they not see somebody in the yard? That's always been my question. Yeah, multiple family members own them. Did you see what I posted on X for microdots? He is amazing. No, I have been staying off of X as much as I can because the amount of vitriol is exhausting. I try to post my updates, but the actual stuff I'm seeing has been very limited. Microdose does awesome videos. Very talented. Even before the announcement of working with the defense for some of their recreations and stuff. Very impressive. Oh, that's cool. Check it out. It's a recreation of Lucky's view that night. That's interesting. I will check that out. I'll go in like this. And just hide everything else. I just had to start majorly limiting it. It starts to wear on you. Like, so he says, I feel like if it was accidental, the family moved so suspicious when they could have just said nothing and let the case go where it may. Them inserting themselves made it much worse, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that has contributed to a lot of the reasonable doubt. Like the weirdness and the shadiness has contributed to some of that. I agree. All right, I am going to get ready and go. Maybe if I get there early, they can go ahead and poke me early, and then I can get back in time. All right, I'm going to make beach cam smaller so that I'm not hiding anything, but I'll leave it down here so that y'all have something to look at. I don't want to make it too big in case it ends up covering something. Oh, actually, I love y'all, but I'm not going to leave beach cam because it's going to be Richard Green, and Richard Green may be showing support. I mean, support. Reports. Reports is where I was going with that. And I don't want anything to block it. So I'm actually going to put it at this view so that if they show a report, you will be able to see it. I'm going to leave it unmuted and on the fan, which I hate to do to you because I know how much y'all hate it, but I don't know. But I'll be in chat, not while I'm driving, but at least when I get to the office. He's not one of the crash daddies. I'm assuming crash daddies are going to be saved for next week. I'm assuming they're probably going to want to close with that. Richard Green is the one who is going to talk about his opinion being different about the Google searches and all of that. So We'll see what they say. But normally they get me in and out pretty quick. So maybe if I get there early, they'll let me out a little bit early, and then I can get back and we can watch the end of all of this together and end our weekend on a high note. I got poked Monday. I should have done it on a Monday. Monday, you're all, like, everything's already. Well, I had scheduled it for today because we weren't supposed to have court today. But whatever. Whatever. All right, I'm going to take off. I will see y'all in just a little bit. Yes, more tech talk. Tech talk. All right, I'll be back.
Good afternoon, this court is back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Defense calls Richard Green.
Okay.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. We'll take this.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, if you pull that microphone as close to your face as you can so your voice will be kept up, and I'd ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Richard Green, that's Green.
And where do you live, sir?
I now reside in Coldwater, Michigan.
What do you do?
I own and operate a company called United States Forensics.
And what is United States Forensics?
Sure. We're a digital investigation firm. We're licensed in Florida and Michigan, but we do cases across the country.
All right. And again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that...
Okay. I'll do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction with others?
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. We've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with a federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. Quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it at about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
Okay. And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit, and it was just improper for them to use their own experts.
I see.
So that's where we've provided assistance.
Now, how long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. Now, you'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking. We actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And do you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
It's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, etc.?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So that would have to do with Associates of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education, since you did?
Okay. Well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree. The certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is Certified Computer Examiner from the International Association of Criminal Investigation Specialists. Also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis, we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and you really need to do continual training.
Okay, and again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so...
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically? Yeah,
we average, I'd say between 100 and 120 cases a year. We probably get inquiries to about 3 times that amount.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay. And when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now, directing your attention to September of 2022, were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there were 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you how did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
Yeah, 34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine, as a result of your examination, approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in the on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points and automate that process to specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28 seconds?
Correct.
Now, if I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I placed a document before you. Could you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done?
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
Oh, John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact? Is the data on that document exactly what you received when you used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay. No objections. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said objection. Jeez.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter?
I'm all flustered. Sorry. And if the witness could have that again.
Thank you.
With permission, I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. You can see up in this part here where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had a an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Okay, and if you had inputted accuracy of within, say, 500 feet, what would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess of what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving at 34 Fairview, but was there also Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called Health Kit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us. The degree of accuracy, it depends on the type of data that's being pulled out on the artifacts. For example, steps are known to have an accuracy of around 98% on the actual steps occurring.
So if the Apple Health data returns, for instance, steps of 20 steps within a certain time period, 98% of the time Apple's going to be right?
That's what studies have shown.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
You want this back? Okay.
Mr. Green, I've placed another document before you. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do. This is this lists out Apple Health data for that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right. That came from the data that you received, the image file of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
No objection.
Give it back to me. And with the court's permission, may I publish that, Your Honor?
Okay.
Specifically, I'd like to start with page 2, record 2. Okay, Mr. Green, are you wearing the right glasses to be able to see the scene?
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but...
Are you able to read what is on the screen? And if it's easier, you can look on your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's Apple Health data? Sure.
So this is the number of meters. It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds, and there's milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that time period?
Correct.
And with regard to that same time period, 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, please turn to page 5 And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
I have that.
Okay. What does record number 2 reflect?
Again, it's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you said the same time period, so again, 12/21/10 to 12/24/22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. And if Mr. Bates, if you could post that. When you're ready, Mr. Green, if you could tell the jury what that reflects?
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors. That represents elevation change, so it doesn't indicate to us up or down. But 3 steps, and the time period for that is 12/22/14 to 12/24/37.
Okay, did you say 12/21/14 to 12/22, I'm sorry, 12/24/37?
Yeah, 12/22/14 to 12/47/37.
I see.
Okay.
And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So it's time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the Apple records that data. You got to look at the time overall.
Okay, so you don't know if the steps are bunched up toward the beginning or toward the end or more evenly spread out?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Now, we've discussed the Apple Health data. I want to go back for a second to talk about the location data on the iPhone. Does that data that you've already talked about in terms of the arrival time that it gave for John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, does that arrival time fall within or outside the range of 12:21 and 10 seconds, or 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds?
Well, that certainly indicates an overlap, but the health data is ending after the arrival, and we can.
Now, I'd like to discuss with you the concept of clocks used by apps on an iPhone.
Sure.
Are you aware of the 3 different clocks that are used by iPhone apps?
I am.
What are they?
You have 3 separate internal clocks. You have a monotonic clock, a baseband clock, and a wall clock.
Okay, and is the wall clock also called the display clock?
Yeah, that would be also a common name for that.
And what is the significance of the existence of 3 clocks regarding, different times that may show up within these records?
Sure. Well, app developers can access Apple program library, and they can call upon any of the clocks to use within their apps.
Okay. Now, in your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application. And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 640, if I may approach, Your Honor. Sure. I've placed Exhibit 640 before you, sir. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Magnet Action program I was referring to. It's the 8.1, actually it looks like 4287, but
Keep your voice up, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's the newest version of the program, and we have it filtered for the Waze app, and it's giving us the timestamps associated with it.
With the court's permission, may I publish that?
Okay.
There you go.
And first of all, are you? No, that writing's probably too small. I can't read it.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go off of this one.
There we go. With regard to what we are looking at there on that part of the screen, what are we looking at, Mr. Green?
Okay, so this is listing details of this particular artifact, and you can see that this is bundled. The com.waze.iphone, that's a standard bundle type name where it always starts with com dot and then the application reference.
And what does that mean? When it says, it's highlighted on the screen, com.waze.iphone, what does that mean that we're in right now?
Yeah, well, this is an artifact specifically related to the Waze program.
Waze app.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
Okay, and we can see here our entry for the monotonic time, the baseband time, and the display time.
And what did you notice about the relationship of the three of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So that I think it's 3 minutes and 1 second, give or take a little. So, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to. Objection. Move to strike.
Sustained. I'm willing to strike that. Next question.
Okay. Yes. I apologize.
That's okay.
You can hand that back to Madam Court Reporter.
Certainly.
And I'd like to go back to the Apple Health data, Mr. Binks, if you can put that back up. And this would be page 2, record number 3. And you don't still have that in front of you, do you?
Actually, I do.
You do? Okay.
I do.
Page 2, record number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
What does that show?
All right. Okay, so this is another entry from John O'Keefe's data, cell phone data, and this records 25.46 meters occurring between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 5, record number 3, if you could tell the jury what that shows, and if we can have that displayed as well, Mr. Vince?
Certainly. So this is directly related to the distance, and this is recording 36 steps, and it's the same time period, 12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Okay. So we have 36 steps being taken according to Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone for a time period that ends at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Kennedy.
With regard to those 36 steps, do we know where within that time frame they were taken?
Sure. Let me reread that here. We January 29th, 2022, 12:31:56 a.m. It's actually 12:31:56.109 a.m. and 12:32:16.507 a.m.
Okay. All right. So now I'd like to switch, if we can, to Jennifer McCabe's phone and your analysis of that. During the course of your examination, when you reviewed data from her phone, did you find a particular artifact of interest?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
We found a Google search that happened. First of all, the search was "How long to die in cold," and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
All right. Where was that search found?
Sure. So the artifact on that was called a Safari Suspended Tabs artifact, and there's a database associated with that called the Browser DB database, and in a company file, which is by the same name but ends in WAL, which stands for Write Ahead Log. And the write-ahead log is where the data first gets written to, and then at certain points, that data then gets committed and written to the main database.
All right, so that, if I'm correct, that browserstate.db/wall file, that's a temporary file, right?
It's temporary by nature, but it's not, it's integral. It's part of the way the SQLite functions. So it's not like a throwaway file. It's part of the way the whole system works.
And is it helpful to you when evaluating artifacts?
Certainly, yeah. Just by nature of it, we'll find a lot of the newest artifacts in that wall file.
Now, how do you determine the timing in terms of the timestamp on the browserstate.db wall file?
Sure. So the wall file has different rows and columns. You can kind of think of it as an Excel spreadsheet. And in this one particular column, it was a time column. That'd be the nature of the data going into it. And this the heading on this particular one was last viewed time.
Okay. Regarding that Google search for HOS long, and I say HOS, HOS long to dry and cold, found in the browserstate.db wall file, what was the date and time for that artifact?
Sure. So that's recorded in what's called an apicocola time, and it's actually the number of seconds since January 1st, 2001. So you end up with this large number, but that gets converted to present to us something that's human readable, and then you have to apply the offset for the local. So once you do all those calculations, that's where we get the January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 in the morning.
The specific, do you remember the number of seconds after?
I believe it's 40 seconds.
2:27, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And in what state did you find that artifact?
Yeah, so the specific artifact, or it comes from a record, and the record number on this is 4028, I believe, and it was in a deleted state.
Okay. Now, what would you normally expect to find along with the artifact, sir?
So you'd have the date and time, the URL, which the way the URL presents itself, we know that it's a Google search, but you also see a history of other places that tab has been.
And with this particular artifact, did you learn the full internet history of websites related to that record?
No, that wasn't possible. We were only able to get the one website. I would say.
And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Interrupted you. Sorry.
Well, no. So we definitely got the one artifact, the Google search, and we have the time related to it, but we do not know everywhere else that tab had been.
Okay. What significance was there to you about the fact that the full internet history related to that record could not be recovered?
Well, I wanted to do a little deeper dive into that, and so I used some various other database specific tools. One was called Belkasoft X, which has an excellent database viewer in it. Sanderson Forensics, which is known to specialize in this type of work, and
ArtX?
I'm sorry?
ArtX?
You saved me. Yes, ArtX, which is a program known in the community for research.
And how did you sort of cross-reference the three of those together? How did you use them?
Yeah, so all three of those tools, along with Axiom and Cellbrite, which I did, they do have a low-level SQL viewer as well. So I looked at the data with all 5 of those tools, and I found it to be consistent amongst all the tools.
And in addition to using those tools, what else did you do?
So I wanted to get a little more context. One thing with this artifact, it is deleted. And one thing about deleted data, sometimes you get it all back, sometimes you don't, sometimes you get a fragment. Deleted data makes it very difficult to give you the whole picture of what's happening. So in this particular case, I wanted to see what other artifacts were around this time as it related to web history, and particularly this browser database file.
And so what do you compare the 2:27 a.m. search to in order to gain more information?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What the information was. So what we found is that when we looked at a particular URL, a particular website that was visited, and then searched using that URL, the browser state database entry is the last entry in all of that. So we could see searches, videos playing. There's an artifact called knowledge C that records the user's activity, but the browser state is the very last entry on the items that we observed.
And did you find other examples of that you can speak to before this jury?
Yes, I believe we have one printed out there.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
I placed the document before you, sir. If you could familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
I have it.
What is it?
Okay, so this is another screenshot from the Axiom program. And it is showing a search that we conducted for raining men. And then it takes that search, and we have a couple different items on there. We set the date to begin in 1970 and ending in 2100. In other words, we only wanted to see artifacts that had dates associated with them. And then we listed them from the newest date to the oldest date. And this particular one, again, it ends up with the Safari suspended tabs artifact being the very last in the series of dates and times.
All right, I'd like to go through that, but first I'd offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Your Honor. There you go.
And with the court's permission, may it be published, Your Honor?
You want this?
Yes.
Okay.
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 So we have a number of columns here. Could you explain to the jury what's going on with that exhibit?
Certainly. So I'm gonna switch glasses back here. Forgive me.
Do you need the light on, sir, or are you okay?
No, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you much. I can certainly do this. So we are looking at here web-related history, and also I have the filter turned on for application usage because there are some log files, sort files that the iPhone keeps track of to record user interactions, and that can give us an idea of the history as well. And then, as I mentioned, we have it filtered so that it's only showing dates, that dates existed, and we took the earliest possible date to a date way in the future. And then it's listed, and next to the date and time, you'll see a little arrow, and it's skinny at the top and big at the bottom. That tells you it's going from smallest, earliest time to latest time. And this particular view is showing us the last of that series, because what's relevant and really important here is that the Safari suspended state tabs ends up being the last of the entries related to that, not one of the beginning of the entries related to that.
And what is the significance of the Safari state tab being the last entry? What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, so it tells us the internet history happened before that, and the purpose of this tab on at least this particular iPhone with this very specific iOS version is to record the state of that tab when the user left that. And the whole purpose of that is if you're on Safari, you're on a website and say you have to take a phone call or answer a text message and you navigate away from the Safari app, when you come back, it remembers where you were and allows you to pick off from there. It also allows you to hit the tab button and see what other tabs you might have open and navigate to one of those tabs.
All right, so as I see the last tab, am I correct that the time is 1:29 of 22, same day, at 2:27 and 38 seconds. Is that what it says on your?
I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting a pair of bifocals. I apologize here. I feel a little silly. Yes, on this particular one. So that is just moments before the Google search artifact.
The one that you previously talked about, the Hoslam to Die House.
Long to die in the code, yes.
But all the other history of this particular artifact was before that time, correct?
Correct.
So with regard to what that tells you about when the It's Raining Men was either searched or accessed, was that at, after, or before 2:27 and 38 seconds?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sustained.
Okay, well, if you say it one more time.
All right, let me try and put it a different way. Given the timestamp of 2:27 and 38 seconds on January 29th for that Safari suspended state tab with the It's Raining Men, what did that tell you about the timing of when It's Raining Men was accessed by the user?
Yeah, well, so the indications would be that that tab was brought up and then went away from to do another tab. So it can happen less than a second. It doesn't take long to open up a tab and start a new tab. Can be done very quickly.
I'm not really phrasing this the right way to get what I want. What I want is the timing of the interaction with It's Raining Men by the actual iPhone user. When did that happen?
Well, certainly, all the activity that we have is all prior to the recording of this that timestamp in the browser state.
All right. Now, with regard to this particular example where the browser state DB is the last entry, so the activity happened before, was that unique on this phone, or were there many examples of this?
No, I found many examples of this exact behavior.
All right. Now, given your findings in researching these issues and how this user used this iPhone with this iOS, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the timing of that search for Hoslam to Die in Cold?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to when Hoslam to Die in Cold was searched?
Objection.
Sustained. I can see you at Sidebar.
Thank you.
Okay, what all did I miss? Some of it I got to hear when I was in there waiting, and then some of it I missed because of driving. So they're saying that he's saying that the search, his opinion is that the search did happen at 2:27 or before. Is that what I heard? Hi, I know, I missed you too. I know, I missed you too. I missed you too. Interesting. Interesting. What about the location data? Any, I'll go back and watch it, but any big bombs dropped for that?
You are unmuted.
Do you have an opinion as to the timing of that first search for Hoslam to Die in Cold?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That would have happened at or before January 29, 2022 at 2:27:40 a.m. in the morning.
And what is the basis for your opinion?
Again, by how this particular phone operates with that exact operating system and comparing it to other data on that phone and the way it presented it out itself is all consistent with that search happening at or before that time.
And what opinions or conclusions did you reach regarding how, if any, how the 2:27 a.m. search was deleted?
Well, we know that that's in a deleted state. And importantly on that phone is I keep using the proverbial we, I found a lot of other that would have been used or deleted artifacts between midnight and the early mornings on January 29th, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could have caused that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know of no mechanism that would have done that.
All right. And you mentioned other deletions on the phone. I want to show you what has been marked, if I may approach. Sure. MMM for identification.
I love you.
Do you recognize what I've placed before you, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Okay, this is from Cellbrite. It's a program, again, like the Axiom that processes data. And this is this lists out a, 623, this lists out a deleted call record.
Okay. Are you able to see from that record to whom the call was placed?
Yeah, well, we have the number, and I won't necessarily read it out loud here, but through searching, and this is from the phone of Jennifer McCabe, but through searching for that the number, I was able to see that it went to, you want me to say the name?
Sure.
Yeah, Uncle Brian A.
Okay. I would offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection as before, Your Honor. As when this was, may we approach?
Okay.
May we approach? So he says at or before 227. What's interesting is he has said twice that he's basing this on the very specific iOS version. And Whiffen said that he did not test this iOS version. I wonder if that makes a difference. Selena K, get to membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Selena K, thank you. Welcome to Tracy Malikan. Get to the membership by Selena K. Thank you. Thank you. Kathy Davidson said, yep, and it does. I'm wondering, though, because I feel like, obviously, this is not the first trial where we've ever seen, conflicting expert opinions on something. For the people who choose
So,
to
folks,
believe,
we're trying to streamline the exhibit numbers. It looks like this may already be in evidence. It's one of 4 different numbers, so I sort of wanted to keep it with that. We are so far removed from where it was that this will just come in as the next exhibit. So you will technically have it in evidence twice.
Okay.
Exhibit 655. Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's one final document before you. If you can identify that for the jury, please.
Yes, this is another report generated out of Cellbrite. It's based on Ms. McCabe's cell phone data, and this lists out the call log with a number of deleted items and number of live items.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
If I could just see.
Sure.
It's fine, Your Honor. I think it's already in evidence as well, but.
So actually, it's I confirmed it's not. It's not yet in evidence. We looked at the exhibits that were specified. So.
They're
Thank you. If you could hand that to the witness, and if I could have first page of that exhibit.
Robert, thank you for the super chat.
Okay, with regard to that exhibit, Mr. Green, what did you find that was unusual, if anything?
Objection.
sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. What did you find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and on the second page, we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds, again, a.m. And then the normal calls, what we would call live data, then begins at 8:59 and 34 seconds and goes on throughout the day with no additional deletions.
And am I right that those are all, that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct, yeah, this is the call log.
And what was the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29th of 2022 and the calls that were before 8:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data.
I'm sorry?
Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
What percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 a.m. on January 29th?
So all right, I have to see you. Take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
Why? Did Yannetti start to drink Lally's Kool-Aid and start asking his questions, if any? Well, he's leading the directs now, so he can't ask, or he's doing the directs now, so he can't ask leading questions. So the what if any is not uncommon for lawyers to use. It's just uncommon for lawyers to use it as much as Yannetti does. Nobody uses it as much as Yannetti does. We'll be here till Labor Day. Lally. Who did I say? What did I say? What did I say?
You are unmuted.
So, Mr. Green, I'm not sure if that question was clear or if you understood it. If it's not, please let me know. But I had asked you.
I meant Lally. I don't know who I said.
The first recorded call there that was listed as deleted until 8:50 a.m. or so. What percentage of calls were deleted on Jen McCabe's phone within that time period?
Yeah, so we found no live data, so 100% of them would have been deleted.
Now, are you aware of the term spontaneous deletion?
No, sir. I know what the individual words mean, but in relation to digital forensics, I'm not familiar with that term.
And do you have an opinion as to how those calls would have been deleted from that phone?
Those would have been used or deleted.
I may have a moment?
Sure. Sure.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Oh gosh.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is the one where he's going to get
You know who
snarky.
Miss Jessica Hyde is?
I do.
Are you aware that she wrote a report in relation to this case?
Yes.
Specifically in regard to the Google searches for Ms. McCabe's phone that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir. It was very specific about that search.
And have you had a chance to review that report?
I have.
You also know who Ian Whiffen is?
Certainly, yes.
And are you aware that he wrote several reports or submitted several items in relation to, again, the exact topic that you're testifying about in relation to the Google searches on Ms. McCabe's phone?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
And have you had a chance to review those materials as well?
Yes, sir.
You understand that they both disagree with what your opinion is in relation to those searches?
I absolutely understand that, sir.
Now, just as far as your qualifications and certifications go, I'm just having a difficult time. From the certifications that you have, at what point were you, or what, if any, certifications do you have with reference to Cellbrite as a tool, as far as your use and interpretation of data from Cellbrite?
Certainly. So my certifications are much more broad. They have to do with a lot of the fundamentals and how we conduct the investigations and what tools we should know and when we need to know we need to do more work and such like that. Cellbrite, I do not have any specific Cellbrite certifications. They offer many of them. However, I have participated in, God, I can't even count, hundreds of their training events that they offer, both Cellbrite, Axiom, Belkasoff. They all provide the community with fantastic support as far as that. And although certainly a class can be very good, but you really need to stay up to speed, you got to participate in the most recent understanding being put out there. Even in the changes of their tools will change from one version to another.
And so, to the point, as far as you have no certifications in regard to Cellbrite as a tool and how to use it, those kind of things?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And in this specific instance, at any point, did you reach out to Cellbrite to go over sort of your findings or your opinions in relation to this search?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with from Cellbrite?
As close as I can remember, I know it was Leo, and I believe it was Santos.
And do you know what part of Cellbrite they work in or what they do?
Well, he was in the technical support and contacted him. He had informed me that they had elevated this up to some higher level technical support when they came back. His comments to me, if you want to hear them, was that this. Okay.
Answer his comments, but at
Okay,
some point
I understand.
you talked to technical support, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And they indicated that they would refer you to actually Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, sir, they did not.
So you weren't told that you were referred to Mr. Whiffen's team and you weren't contacted by anyone from Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, and I forget the exact date. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, out of the blue, I got an email from Mr. Whiffen saying, and I can't, I don't want to misquote him, but certainly I got an email from
I'm not asking you
him.
about any specific conversations
Okay.
that you had. What I'm asking, and I'm asking about a time period more back in 2022.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Back in 2022, did you reach out to Cellbrite in relation to this search and your opinions related to it?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was that the point that you spoke to someone from technical support?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did someone from technical support actually refer you or tell you that they were referring you to Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea about that.
So no one from no one from Mr. Whiffin's team reached out to you and then you just never called them back? That didn't happen?
Not that I'm aware.
Now, you were asked to look at a couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
Can you say that once again? I'm sorry.
You were asked to look at 3 different phones is what your testimony was, and I'm assuming
Correct.
that was by some counsel for the defendant, correct?
No
No one else asked you to look at these phones, correct?
Oh, correct. Yes, it was from the defense asked me to, yes.
And so the phones that you were asked to look at were Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the defendant's phone, and Ms. McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Kerry Roberts' phone, were you ever asked to look at that?
No.
And with respect to the defendant's phone, was there any GPS location information or data that you observed in her phone?
So we had an indication that location had been using, there was something called Apple Map tiles. And those probably, when you use the Apple Map app, that it, in order for it to work, it will create these little tiles or little pieces of pictures, and they get stitched together to give you the view that you see on your phone. Now, for that had to be working, we know location data had to be working. This particular location data, the location data cache, is known to only be present on the phone for a couple weeks. Now, what I don't know, and Mr. Lally, if I'm going too far, just please stop me. What I don't know is what measures were taken to preserve that data, whether it was put in airplane mode, whether the location services were turned off, whether it was put in a Faraday bag. And quite frankly, Mr. Lowry, I don't know if they did all that, if the location data would have remained or not. I've never tested that. But all indications, it would have had location data on the day that it was seized, because we received the Apple Map tile. But when I got the full extraction, there was no location data there. Now, I did observe.
So there was no GPS location data on the defendant's phone, correct? From what you observed.
And again, if I'm, there was, I did find deleted location data from April of 2022.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, did you also find deleted web history data from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't observe that.
Didn't observe it, or didn't look for it?
You know, I really don't have a recollection if I specifically looked for deleted data. I don't believe I did. I don't know if I would have had to have a cause to.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some question about location accuracy within 3 feet. You did some sort of thing last night on CellHawk using that tool. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And you were asked to do that after Trooper Guarino testified yesterday. Is that correct?
I understand he testified yesterday.
And so, with relation to you creating sort of that document, and that's now been marked as an exhibit, was that something that Mr. Yannetti asked you to do in relation to Trooper Guarino's testimony yesterday?
Well, in all fairness, you need to ask Mr. Yannetti. I could make an assumption here. I mean, if
I'm not.
I don't know quite. I'm not trying not to answer you. You know, but I was asked by Mr. Yannetti to perform that search.
So, Mr. Lally, please be cautious of that.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Green, with respect to that 3 feet of accuracy, are you aware that what Trooper Guarino was testifying to in regard to that had absolutely nothing to do with phone applications or anything to do with data from a phone or a CellHawk or a tool or anything like that?
Now, I don't know the full extent of what Mr. Guarino would have been testifying to.
And so you're not aware that his testimony was actually in regard to reviewing cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Department and photographs of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, and then mapping that using GPS latitude and longitude.
Objection.
Based on that within a 3 feet accuracy.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
Are you aware of any of what Trooper Guarino testified to yesterday?
What you're mentioning, I may vaguely be remembering, and again, I'm not trying to not answer your question exactly. My conversation with Mr. Yannetti is 3 foot when it comes to GPS data. Can you tell 3 feet from GPS data? And no, it's not known to be that reliable, and particularly Apple location services. How that applies to the trooper's testimony, I can't say with specificity. I'm happy to opine on location data, though.
There's no question before
Okay.
you, sir, but thank you.
Wow. It's not sped up. We're live.
I may have a moment, Sean.
Sure.
Now, sir, with reference to Safari and deleted tabs, isn't it true that there is no way for a user to delete a tab, only to close it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when you close a tab, all right, you're taking it out of the active state, and it's going to an inactive state that some people could call deleted. Now and delete history by certain date ranges, but you can also go into specific websites that you visited and delete those. Now if you want me to continue, the WAL file itself, you can't open up a WAL file and say, I want to delete that record. But functioning the phone through the user interfaces will have an effect of deleting data within that WAL file.
Isn't it also true that Celebrite uses that red X to annotate that the record is no longer active and has been recovered? Which would then make it incumbent upon the examiner, being you in this instance, to determine if it was actually deleted, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. It's yes.
That's all I'm asking, sir.
Okay. All right.
Bless him. The guy seems like he's so sweet.
You stated in your affidavit, in your testimony, that you used the Sanderson, SQLite, or SQLite Forensic Explorer to examine the Safari tabs DB associated with the WAL file log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis using that Sanderson Forensic Explorer, was there an indication that House Long to Die in Cold was found in the WAL file?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that, did you independently verify the cause of that timestamp that you observed there?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your interpretation that the timestamp means the search appeared at that time solely based on the naming of the field in the database?
No, sir.
Now, can a WAL file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the WAL file holds the newest information until it's merged to the database, including additions, deletions, changes, all of those items, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, the device was in active use between 2:23 a.m. and 2:31 a.m. And just to be clear, I'm talking about Ms. McCabe's device, correct?
Correct.
And what other searches did you see at that time, and where were they performed?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Searches did you observe in that time frame, and where were they performed?
Well, there were a number of websites, including the Rainy Men exhibit that we did. There was Ozone Basketball, I believe. There, Hockermont, Smith. And I can tell you that those, similarly, the last entry with those there is the browser state DB file. It's not at the beginning. It's not at the end. And I have a couple thoughts on why that may be in regards to Ms. Hyde and Ms. Whiffen. I'm happy to share those with you.
I'm not asking you anything about that, sir.
Very
What I'm
good.
asking is it possible for a change request in the WAL to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
I want to answer your question as well as I can. So can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Is it possible for a change request in the WAL to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
So I'm having a little trouble answering this. So if I'm understanding correctly, when the wall file gets written to the database, and could that have made the change ending with this deleted record? Is that the question? I'm sorry. I want to answer you. I'm just
That's
a
okay.
little lost on how you're asking
Understand the
it.
question?
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question?
Why don't you move on, Mr. Mayor?
So is it possible that the URL field, which has the website name, was updated to the newest search while the timestamp retained the original search? Is that possible?
No, not the way on this particular phone in this particular iOS, and also with the user interacted with it, that it would have been at the 227 or before. The way this very specific iOS was happening, that is consistent with all the other ones that I observed out there on the phone related to specific web searches and activity.
Is it possible that the search for How Long to Die in the Cold at 6:24 a.m. was the most recent search completed in the tab?
Oh, well, not in that tab, but I certainly agree with you that there was a second search done at around that time.
Now, is it also possible that the search that you assert took place at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning is the same as the search that took place at 6:24:51 a.m. for that same search?
Yeah, that's inconsistent with the actual data I'm seeing on this actual phone with this precise iOS version.
Now, as far as the search in Safari with the string, as far as the smotot.apple.com included, is it? You recall that search as far as being a suggestion from Apple, from the iOS, as far as the search with how long to digest food?
Okay, I didn't hear your whole question, but I heard the last part about how long to digest food, so I can opine on that. So my feeling on that is when the How Long to Die and Cold was put in, that was most likely a Apple suggestion. And I've done some testing. Now, the time period I'm doing my testing, is after the fact that this would have actually occurred. But as I tested that on a live phone and using a Google search, I could see that how long to digest food would come up. I also notice the specific phrase, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So as you do this Google search, you try to repeat what's being done. Those are two suggestions that actually came up.
And so that was something that was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, and I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but...
That's entirely different.
One person,
David, correct?
Mr. Lally,
I'm sorry.
one person at a time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, yeah, in fairness, I want to give you my best knowledge, as I understand it saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same, picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
And so, just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit that was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, it's since further testing, I have found that I now believe that was probably an automatic one, and if I've caused you any distress, I apologize.
Haven't caused me any distress.
Okay.
What I'm asking, sir, is that that's what you filed because that's what you thought at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, you've done further testing, and that's shown that you were wrong, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, there was a search for how long to digest food at 6:23:49 a.m. that precedes the search for how long to die, and the misspelling here would be the key CLKD at 6:23:51 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it possible that the how long to digest food was a predictive suggestion from Apple rather than a search entered by the user? Is that also correct?
Yeah, I don't know I don't know the answer to that. I believe that it was, if it had picked up a earlier search from 227 of how's long to die in the cold, and then you went to retype it in, it may have then tried to give you something similar at the 623 and 624 timelines. So hopefully that answers your question.
So steps, going to Mr. O'Keefe's health data, steps doesn't necessarily mean that someone is physically taking steps, correct?
Again, the research that's done for this is steps tend to be a very accurate artifact.
So steps could not also be coincided with, say, movement in a car or other sort of movement of the phone as far as the health data is concerned?
Sure. Well, I did, geez, quite some time ago, do some testing with an actual iPhone 11, the same make and model, and took a drive and tried to see if it would register steps. It did not. I sat in a chair and tried to duplicate how I thought I would walk to see if it recorded steps. It did not. I took the phone from the floor to the ceiling to see if it would record a flight of stairs. It did not. The only, with that iPhone 11, same make and model that I got, it was very consistent with me actually doing walking steps, and that was whether I had it in my shirt pocket, my pants pocket, or clipped onto my belt.
That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with GPS native locations?
Yes, sir.
And GPS native locations takes its data as far as defining latitude and longitude from a number of different sources, correct?
Well, true GPS, okay, is going to take it from the GPS network. What you may be thinking of is assisted GPS, which the iPhone uses, and that assisted GPS will try to, it kind of does a crowdsourcing. So it'll look at cell towers, what's in range as far as like Wi-Fi's, and a number of other devices to try to get you an enhanced GPS location and give you the best data possible.
So it takes the GPS native locations within an Apple iOS device, takes from 4 different sources. Isn't that correct?
It tries to get from a variety of sources like I just mentioned. Not all would be available.
Now, with regard, did you look at any GPS native location data with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree then that the GPS native locations didn't record any movement of that phone after 12:25 a.m.?
12:25. You know, I would have to look at the exhibit to see what the time of that last entry was. I don't want to misstate something to you, sir.
Now, you were asked about sort of the elevation change in 3 floors, ascending, descending, and saying that you couldn't pinpoint a time period or within that 1221 to 1224 time period from the health data. Is that correct?
Correct. It happened somewhere within that time.
Could you pinpoint more specifically if you looked at the GPS native location data?
No, well, we're talking Apple Health and GPS location. So
But you said you couldn't do it.
I'm sorry. Which one are you asking about? Please.
What I'm asking is, you said you couldn't pinpoint it within the GPS health data. What I'm asking is, if you had looked at the GPS native location data, could you give a more specific pinpoint
Objection.
as to where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was?
I'm going to allow that.
Maybe we can see briefly again.
Okay.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Like, I'm trying to follow some of the questions. Some of his questions I'm not following much myself, but you know, what's
You are unmuted.
let's do a poll.
Now, to be clear, sir, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that the elevation change from 1221 to 1224, you could not pinpoint where in that time period, or specifically where in that time period the elevation change occurred, correct?
That's correct. It's a time range, yes, sir.
So what I'm asking is, had you looked at that in the GPS native location data, would you have been able to more accurately or specifically pinpoint when that occurred?
Okay. So the location, are you looking for a yes or no? I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
I try. There was, yes, there was location data within that time period. Okay.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the GPS native location data was actually a half-mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that it made those recordings in the GPS Apple Health data?
Right, yes, I understand he was using Waze, and it had made that recording. I understand that. That's why the finding that 3 minute and 1 second offset brings into serious doubt if that time was accurate. And when you apply that to the location offset, then the Apple Health data and the GPS all aligns. Now, I have not decoded Waze and found out what functions they were calling and all that. And I don't mean to indicate that I have, but I mean that the latest version of Axiom is bringing that up as an artifact and a timestamp related to Waze. And in the case of here, where minutes are important, I thought it proper that I bring this to the attention of the case as a possible explanation.
As a possible explanation?
As a possible explanation, sir, yes.
Now, the 3 different clocks that you were talking about, are you aware that those are actually associated to power usage and not applications?
Right, that power usage was directly related to the Waze application.
So it's your testimony that those 3 clocks apply to the times in Waze? Is that your testimony?
I'm saying that the timestamps were directly related to Waze. It was reported by Axiom when you applied the filter and say, show me all the artifacts related to Waze. These were artifacts that came up related to the Waze bundle. So I guess you need to give it the weight it deserves. Like I said, I've not decoded Waze. That's not something that has been done, but I think we need to consider the 3 minute offset as it applies to giving significance to the Apple Health data and the Waze GPS.
Now, turning to Ms. McCabe's phone again, as far as the search, what you indicated as last view time, are you aware that that is actually related to a time that it was actually focused on the screen as opposed to your interpretation of it?
I'm aware that from that it appears to be the last time and date it was focused, and when it was no longer was focused, that's when the timestamp was written. That's what's consistent with the other data on this particular phone on this very specific iOS.
Now, with regard to looking at this search, you mentioned that you used something called an ArtX tool. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that's a tool that was actually created by Mr. Ian Whiffen?
Absolutely.
And with regard to this specific issue, as far as how this data is being interpreted from the browser StateDB versus the Knowledge C database and the WAL file and all of those, the P list and all of those other kinds of things, as far as the misinterpretation of the data has then caused Mr. Whiffen in further versions of Cellbrite to revise that so that this kind of error can't occur.
Sure, happy to answer that. So Mr. Whiffin's testing was not done with this specific version of the iOS. The iOS has been known to be changing the way this artifact works. To do proper analysis, the researcher that he is, he would need to work with that same iOS. Now, in regards to the Cellbrite question, they have two versions of the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. One is the standard physical analyzer that's been out for several years now, probably is majority use in the community. It's a tool that takes that raw data and it puts it into human terms that we can look at and understand and write reports like you've been seeing here. So they have the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer that's out there. I believe it's 7.68, but don't quote me on that. And then they have a new version that's come out called Insights, and this operates more on a where you can put multiple cases in and that. It's only the Insight versions that they have bothered updating and no longer reporting on that time. Their current Physical Analyzer program, and I tested this a few days ago, still reports on that search occurring, and that timestamp. So currently Cellbrite is providing examiners, law enforcement, and people worldwide with two different versions giving two different results. That I can't speak to more than that, other than I've tested that, and I see how those programs are working now.
So my question, sir, yes or no, is are you aware that Cellbrite has had to modify their software based on misinterpretation of data, as you've done in this case?
Yes, with the asterisk, they updated one of two programs.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Green, you are all set.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, jurors, that's it for today. All right, so jurors, we are going to send you home for the weekend. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. We are on track. We will get this case next week for your deliberation. See you on Monday.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Why does she lean like that? Yeah, I'm glad it's an early day because it was supposed to be an even earlier day.
All right, why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
All right. So how do y'all think it went? Tell me your thoughts. Tell me your feelings. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? We are done for the day. Uh, 52 Flamingo said he provided reasonable doubt. Snap said good day for the defense. Nosy Rosalie said, I honestly can't say how I feel because I have zero clue. Silver Fox is literally angry about this whole mess. They spent more time trying to defend Jim McKay than they have trying to prosecute Karen Reed. I agree with that. Here's Marie Moss with our official stats on her birthday. Marie Moss. 4 witnesses, 17 sidebars, 62 objections, 23 what if any's. And Marie Moss says, thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you for the birthday wishes. All right, so let's end that poll. Let's do one more poll before we go. Start a poll. Do you think today was a win for the prosecution or defense? Prosecution, defense.
Jimmy, I'll see you in there.
Or neither / both. With it being the last day of the prosecution, you would think that it would be a big prosecution day, but not so much. To me, anyway. What are your standouts for the day? I have to go back and watch the beginning of this testimony that I missed. But I think Dr. Scordi-Bello was big. I think Lucky was a big one. Mrs. Russell, Dr. Russell. Yeah. Miss Little did a good job on the medical examiner course. Who is Taylor Wiley? Do we know Taylor? Kathy David says Lucky and Miss Little are the rock stars for the day. Nosy Rosie said Lucky was a big deal for me. He knows the Alberts, and you would think that he would cover, but no, he didn't. He would only cover as far as the car being on the street, but not a body in front of the lawn. Oh, he was on Hawaii 5-0. I don't know who that is. What am I going to do without you all for 2 days? Well, I know what I'll be doing. I'm going to try to take all of Sunday off, like the whole day. I've got friends in town that I haven't even got to see yet. They've been here all week. I haven't even got to see them yet. So I'm supposed to go out with them tonight. And actually, I'm trying to force myself to leave this condo once a week. Stop working and get out of the condo once a week. So tonight is my once a week. So that's my plan for tonight. So I will try to finish the podcast episode. I'm going to work on it for a little bit. Actually, I might just take a nap. And then work on the podcast, finishing it tomorrow. I just want to take a nap. I'm just so tired. Do we know what the schedule for next week is? I think they're doing full days next week because she's trying to get all of this over with, right? So, high phone nap. I know it's so pretty outside. I'm like, oh, it'd be so nice to go out there and get some sun for a little bit. And then I'm like, oh, it would be so much better to just get in bed. so much better. Goodbye. Have a great weekend. Goodbye. Goodbye. 5 full days. I need a nap too. My average was 3.6 hours of sleep this whole week. Yeah. I could nap in the sun, but it's really hot out there right now. And what I want is to crank up my air conditioner and turn on my fan. Not like this fan. And take, oh gosh, that sounds so good. That made me really excited. I think I need to do that. I could do that. And then just wake up early tomorrow and finish the episode. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so I'm going to end this poll. All right, so today, 88% thought that it was a win for the defense. 8% thought neither or both, and 3% thought prosecution. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. That's very generous. Thank you, thank you. Evil Queen said, Brandon, can't you just make a 24-hour stream? You don't have to talk all the time, so we can just all get together and check in. Well, we've got the Facebook group. So you can do that. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. I love how that's how we start in our day. I'll try to do a little the little recap. I did my first one yesterday and everybody was happy about it. I got so many messages saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you did an Instagram / Facebook / TikTok, whatever." I just did one and put it on everything. So I'll try to do one again, just based on the notes that I took. I'll try to do that now, and then I'm going to go take a nap. I think I just should have the podcast out sometime tomorrow afternoon. So it'll post on, the notification should post on Twitter and all that, and I'll try to remember to put it in the Facebook group and all that, but it'll show up on YouTube, but it'll also be on like Apple and Spotify and all that. So if you're not following the podcast on those things, then make sure you do, and then you'll get notifications when the new episodes release. Oh yes, if you haven't hit, I'm so bad about asking, thank you for reminding me. If you have not hit the like button, please do so. Please do so. We have a big weekend next week. Next week, we will hear from the Crash Daddies, and I cannot wait to hear what they have to say. I really, really want to hear what they have to say. Did you watch the Haywood Banks, yeah, toast video? No. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Okay. All right. Mods, thank you so much. Marie Moss, happy birthday. Y'all have an awesome weekend. Enjoy the Crash Daddies. We got Trial Daddies, now we got Crash Daddies. Enjoy whatever you decide to do this weekend. I will see y'all on Monday, hopefully rested and refreshed. We'll see. We'll see. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for everything. I'm hitting the wrong button. Stop pressing buttons, Brandy. Stop pressing buttons, Brandy. All right, y'all. I will see you on Monday.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?